Hello, everybody. Welcome on in today. Today it's going to be a little bit of a kind of a more of a discussion day with the whole game dev side of things. And man, let's go talk about we're kind of more or less brainstorming today a little bit. But sorry for the late start. I kind of I overslept a bit. Oh, sorry about that. Very, very sorry about that. Ugh, sinuses. But we're going to be working on some gathering node stuff while we talk about kind of we're just going to be kind of brainstorming. It looks like we've kind of landed in a nice spot too, because we're kind of at the, I'm pretty sure we're at the end of the rotation. Yeah. So let's go ahead and we'll get our butts over to where we need to be and make sure I turned in everything that I had on me from yesterday. And Final Fantasy 14 is actually one of those I'm gonna like use it as an example too. Kind of like what I kind of like about this. And we're gonna also talk about kind of a little bit about what type of game that I want to start developing on, and then we're gonna kind of break down the systems and stuff that we're going to need in order to make that possible. Because it's one of those things where like I've been following game development stuff for kind of years here and there. And it's been one of those things where I've always wanted to do it. But I think initially there was a time when, you know, that's what I was aiming for. I wanted to become just a full-time game developer. I wanted to, you know, make games and do that as a profession. But like the way I saw the industry as the more and more I looked into it, the more and more it kind of deterred me, if I want to be honest, because the gaming industry isn't usually the kindest to its developers. It's rough, and don't get me wrong, it's like I understand. But it's like pretty much the amount of BS that was attached to it kind of turned me off. Kind of turned me off to it when I was younger. But yeah, nowadays though, I'm like getting into it. I want to kind of be more of a let me go over to gold saucer drop off. Some of this stuff. But yeah. Kinda like that's what my main my main deterrent. I think these weren't viable before. So I was like, you know what? I think that's the set I'm thinking of. I'm gonna keep those for reference. I thought that axe kind of looked familiar. But anyway, back to what I was saying. Like, my main thing with all of it nowadays is I just want to make something fun. I just kind of want to sit here and I want to make something fun, something that both I can enjoy and hopefully you all can enjoy as well. But I also know it's one of those things that I can't sit there if I'm going to make a game. If we're going, you know, to actually make a game, we gotta keep it. Yeah, that's fine. We gotta kind of keep the project within a scope. We can't overblow it. We can't I don't want to underblow it either. So, it's gonna start off something small, something kind of learning to do. And then when it's all finished, said and done, I either want to get it, you know, on Steam, or we'll get it on maybe even itch.io. Maybe start off there. I'm kind of unsure where I want to go with that part, because there's still a lot of stuff that, like, mentally, that I don't know. Oh shit. Well, I did this for a reason. It's gotta pop up, but we'll get to it. Where's the bear poop? Yeah, let's get rid of those. Get rid of those. That I might sell to somebody. And then there was like, okay. Good enough. Alright. But yeah, I definitely want to sit there. Definitely want to build something that we're kind of that, you know, it'd be fun for everybody. So I think what it's going to be kind of, I'm thinking probably something pretty easy. I'm going to more or less, let me more or less talk about kind of what I want at the end of the day to do. Not really what the project's going to be, but what kind of like a end goal is. Because I want to actually build, an open world RPG of some sort. Maybe not like an open world, but more or less an RPG of some sort. The reason I say maybe not open world is because, you know, there's multiple different types of RPGs. Doesn't always have to be open world. Open world just became like the main. Like open world just became the main bit of it. You know what I mean? It became a popular. Ooh, we got revisit. Sick. Nice. But yeah, that's the ultimate. That's kind of like where I want to angle. I kind of want to. My main idea, what I want to do. As kind of like a game, as a game dev, I want to get my main thoughts are I want to make in terms of games that I want to make. I want to make a racing game. I want to make a first-person shooter. And an RPG of some type. Now, what we're going to be doing in a smaller scope to kind of start off with, I think, is actually a racing game. I got an idea of, I do have a slight idea of kind of what I want to make. I'll explain, and I'm going to say that if anybody's ever played Diddy Kong Racing, that's kind of like the inspiration right there. That's going to be like the start inspiration. Diddy Kong Racing is going to be kind of like the base of what I want to make in terms of a racing game. There's more to it than that, don't get me wrong. Right now. I do have more of an idea than that. But it's going to be, that's kind of where the baseline is, where I want to start. Like, we're going to start there. That's kind of like the overall goal, kind of what to kind of make. We're not going to make a one-on-one copy type of stuff, but that's one thing we're not doing. But that type of thing is like, I'm going to use this as the inspiration idea and see where we can take it. Because, not gonna lie, Diddy Kong Racing is one of my favorite racing games. Sorry about that. Oop. Node pop. But, yeah, that's kind of like the main idea is where I want to go with that. Let's see, I'll only give you 137 if I do it. Yep. So what? I'll be fair with you. Tomorrow, that's definitely what we're gonna be. That's definitely what we're gonna be doing. we'll end up playing a little bit of Diddy Kong Racing tomorrow, kind of seeing what, see if we can dig into it, what makes it tick. Maybe take a look at the cutting room floor, take a little bit of look at the cutting room floor stuff for it. Because I kind of want, that's where I kind of want to start. That's what the baseline's going to be when we're going to be actually making this. Because this... Because I like the whole... I'd say one of my favorite things about it is the whole transforming vehicle gimmick. Like, we had... It goes car, plane, hovercraft. Which... I gotta give, when we go to the other side of things, the Sonic All-Stars, Racing, or whatever it was called. Where it had kind of like a similar concept, that kind of like just like that type of thing. Also had good mechanics tied behind it. It kind of had similar mechanics. It kind of made it like, oh yeah, this is fun. But, like, I think that's where I want to start, because starting there, I feel like is a good starting point. Now, the engine I was thinking about using, and that's the other thing we're going to be doing research with more tomorrow. This is just more of a, this is just more talk. This is more brainstorming and stuff today. But, like, tomorrow we're probably going to look into the engines as well. We'll play a little bit of Diddy Kong Racing. We're not going to do too much of it. We'll do research into game engines and their pros and cons. Because I know Unreal Engine has more of an issue with 2D stuff. You have to kind of do a workaround in a way. You can do it, but it's more complicated. Unity's not too bad at doing it, but with all the stuff that happened with Unity not too long ago, it kind of turned me off of the whole using Unity. But we're gonna look over their stuff too still. Then may look into other ones. I've seen Crocodile 3D has kind of gotten me a little interested. I'm not exactly sure what its purpose is, but we're going to try that out. But we may also, like, with the whole game devs thing, we also probably going to be working on updating old mods that I've done for Skyrim, Fallout, stuff like that. And see if we can make sure they get them working with the current versions. Some of them still work. But it's game dev talk's gonna be definitely more on the game development side of things. That's where we're gonna go. Ooh. Ah, I still used one. Shit. Oh well. Okay. Next place is going to be Zumuka. But I mean, Final Fantasy 14 is also a good little game to research, honestly. Because some of its systems I like, some of its systems I hate. Like what they kind of got going on for the gathering system here is they have, you know, you got your standard nodes, time nodes. I know it's over here someplace. I'll just kind of float around here. I think it's up here. Yeah. But like, they got their standard nodes, their time nodes, and like their legendary nodes. And like the legendary nodes, which I haven't seen any of, ironically. I'll have to actually look at those, the folklores. But like the legendary nodes, you have to go through and get an item for. Like old RPG stuff like that. Like, okay, yeah, we get it. It's like if you want to access the higher tier stuff, you're gonna have to work to get to the higher tier. And that's kind of like the whole idea of it. That's kind of really what we're doing right now. Is try to pick up the rest of the regional, at least the mining and botany regional folklores. Or then it's just gonna be farming out orange scripts for sand. But but that's kind of just the thing right now. Is once we get like once we get the foundation built for the game, then we're gonna start adding on the bits and stuff we need in order to make the expand on that foundation. So the basic stuff to get working first, and then we're going to, you know, add on to that. Much like you're building a house. The best way to describe game development in my eyes is like, you're building a house. Because you may start off, like, you start off with the foundation. You get all your game mechanics working. Oop. Thank you for that follow. Really do appreciate it. Welcome on in. Weird is it popped up the notification, but it didn't like. Didn't pop it up in chat, interestingly enough. I think something broke. Yeah, welcome on in. Hope your day is going well. Alright, there's a magic carpet mount. I didn't even know there was a magic carpet mount. Bup, 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 bup. I noticed a few things I got going on ain't working. It's like the bots break? I think the bots broke. Ah. Interesting. Uh... Go to Warlord Echo. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up the events thing to see the name. Because I didn't catch the name. Who followed? Where did it go? We can go in the direction you need to real quick. Let's do. Alright, yeah. Thank you for that follow, Die Suno and K. Really do appreciate it. Welcome on in. Yeah, I didn't see, like, usually I'm paying attention to the actual chat thing because I have it over here in the in a window. And when it pops up, it's like, okay, well, that's when the bot usually tells me who followed. Usually posts it on the chat, but the chat's not even showing up. So something somewhere has broken, and I don't know what. So it looks like we ain't gonna have chat on screen right now. Because it's busted. The alerts are still working, but I don't know why that, like, the chat's not showing up, but okay. This should be the last purple one, I'm hoping, but I'm not gonna quote that because we got... Yeah, we only got 3 until Purple Gatherer script, so it's probably gonna take a couple rounds of this. Which, one of the main things is my guild is taking definitely a pretty sizable beating doing this. So it may turn us into doing some roulettes here. Very shortly, just kind of get a little bit of cash. But okay. But yeah, tomorrow the real, like, the full-blown research is gonna start up, because that's the one thing I don't like. I was trying to think about how to possibly do it. Like, start off on the game dev side of things, like actually streaming it. Because realistically, it's kind of like you gotta conceptualize it. So 1330, yeah. One more cycle oughta be going purple scripts. But yeah, it's kind of really realistic what's going on right now. So tomorrow, because I think the first game that I want to try to make is a racing game. So that's where we're going to start. A racing game inspired by Diddy Kong Racing. That's what's gonna be the base of it. So we're gonna need to get we'll need to look up, see how we're gonna make the mechanics, what engine we're going to be creating the mechanics in, and going from there, because it's like the in-game mechanics. I'm trying to think about what to do. We got a little bit of time before the next time node comes to play, so I think I'll probably need to stop by the FC house anyway and get the last of my Heat of Battle 3s converted over. Let's go back there. Let's go back there. Real quick. Go to our... No, wait. Use this first, and because I need to grab reduced rates. Because... that is what we need. Start just picking up 2 of each one since we're here, because kids. Alright, then leave one more slot for my heat about 3. And that'll be the end of that. Now, one thing I definitely want to, one thing whenever I go to make any type of RPG, there's one type of grind I will not put into a RPG. And that's real world time type of stuff. At least for like a, you know, single player MMO. Oh, you chat blocker? Now you're floating right here. There you go. Alright, now we need to go back out to... the outskirts. Ba 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 ba. But yeah. like, I'll be honest, like my whole philosophy right now with any type of game development though is it's something I want to make it try my best to make accessible to everybody as best as I can, while also like I kind of want to make games that are simple to get into but difficult to master, if that makes any sense. Because it's like I want to see, I want to see the. It's like I want people to be able to get into it easy, and you know, if they want to progress in the, you know, higher bits of stuff, if they want to make it a bit, make it to where it can be like, okay, I can get into this easy, then learn a lot of the stuff about it, and then get even better at it. You know, that's kind of really what I'm aiming for. Make sure I'm on the right class here. Do 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 do. I'll try it. Nope. Okay. Alright, back out the Schloter. So, what are we gonna do? So, I think what I could do is, well, wait for these nodes to pop. Let's get. Mm, Trying to think about what to actually put in here. So I'm trying to look up information about Unreal Engine. I don't really know how to word it. Because how I need to word it is, I'm trying to figure out if we're going to be using Unreal Engine as the... I guess that's exactly what I need then. Terms and conditions, okay. Which, by the way, one thing that I really am hating about business nowadays, because granted, I get it's kind of to protect both parties to an extent, but it's also like, perfect. How you can distribute products you've made with the licensed technology. That's kind of what this is what I was looking for actually. Royalty addendum. That's exactly what that's what I was looking for. All right, perfect. This is exactly what I was looking for. Let me bring it up on screen here. Okay, let's move things around. Oh shit, it's spawned. 1 second. Okay. And then we'll fly over where we need to, then I'll get everything swapped over. Give me 1 second. Put myself back over there. Where am I? Okay. Alright, so we're flying. So God, I was supposed to shrink you down in a picture-in-picture. There. we'll get to this here in a minute. We're got a quick auto ad break on Twitch. So we will be right back in a minute. Alright, and we're back. So give me 1 second. We're going to mine this real fast. Let's teleport to the next area, which should be Kazuma-uka. Yeah, 2 rounds of that took about 5,000 gil. But let's go ahead and we're gonna read the Unreal Engine End User License Agreement. Yes, the boring legal ramifications of things. So, this is where we're going to be for a minute. Because at the end of the day, as much as I hate to say it, gaming, making games, selling games, etc. is a business. So you gotta know your legal rights before you use any type of engine that is pre-made. That is definitely something that you want to do. And know what type of things that will be applying to you if you go to sell the game. That's kind of the main kicker here. So let's go ahead and read through the end user license agreement. I'm going to read it kind of verbatim to an extent, and then we will go from there. This Unreal Engine end user license agreement, the agreement, applies to your use of Unreal Engine Epic's real-time 3D creation tool. Unreal Engine can be used for a wide range of applications, including video games, virtual productions, and virtual sets for film and television. Immersive visualization and design reviews for architecture and automotive, animated content for entertainment or commercials, education, simulation and training purposes, and much more. This agreement is a legal document detailing your rights and obligations related to using Epic's proprietary computer software program known as Unreal Engine, and any updates or upgrades to the program made by Epic, the licensed technology. By downloading or using the licensed technology, you are agreeing to be bound by the terms of this agreement, and this agreement will be effective upon the first of those events to occur. So, pretty much, after you download the program and you use the program agreeing to this, then you're, that's exactly what it means. So, let's see. If you do not or cannot agree to the terms of this agreement, do not use the licensed technology. When we say you, your, or yourself, we mean you as an individual or the legal entity exercising rights under this agreement through you. When we say Epic, we or us, we are referring to the Epic entity responsible for providing the licensed technology in your region detailed in Section 10. Please read this agreement carefully. It contains a Where was I? Ah, yes. Please read this agreement carefully. It contains a class action waiver provision. If you accept this agreement, you and Epic agree to resolve disputes only in your individual capabilities and not as part of a class action. See Section 17. You have a time-limited right to opt out of this waiver. By agreeing to the terms of the agreement, you're also agreeing to contractual terms that will limit some of your legal rights, including a disclaimer of warranty, an exclusion of certain kinds of damages, and a limitation of liability. So, pretty much, like I said, an arbitration clause. Let's see, 149 to 108. Okay, we'll try using it. Okay, nope, it went through. Alright, next. And we should head to Warlord's Echo for the last one, I think. Do. But anyway, back to the documentation. Sorry about that. You and Epic agree to waive any jurisdictional, venue, or inconvenient forum objections to such courts. And what is that meaning? Inconvenient forum objections. Okay. Such courts, without affecting either party's rights to remove a case to federal court if permissible, as well as any right to a jury trial. Yeah, that's the type of stuff that it's... What's up, bro? That's the type of stuff on a legal side of things I'll look at like, yeah, that's... It's definitely one of the things where it's just like... I don't know too much on legal stuff, so that's kind of like one of those things that really makes me go like, huh. But okay, so the table of contents, the license technology. We'll just kind of work down through it because it's going to actually say this stuff anyway on the top of it, so. The first one is defining definitions. Yeah. What technology Epic is licensing to you? The licensed technology licensed to you under this agreement includes all Unreal code and related content that is copied to your computer when you download or install Unreal Engine. This includes engine code, examples, and starter content. Engine code means the source code, as defined below, and object code of Unreal Engine, including any future versions made available to you by us under this agreement and any object code compiled from that source code. So, pretty much, the program. Source code means the human-readable form of a software program, including all modules it contains, plus any associated interface definition files, scripts used to control compilation and installation of an executable. I need to be on the right gather here. Examples means the code, artwork, or other content made available by us in the samples and templates folders in the install directory. And starter content means code, artwork, or other content made available by us and installed to your computer when you install Unreal Engine, excluding examples. The licensed technology includes any modified version of any of the foregoing that you make under the license. Licensed technology does not include any items, asset, contents, or other materials that we may make available to you in other ways. The content, even if that content can be used with Unreal Engine. For example, assets you may download from an Epic-operated online marketplace, including but not limited to Fab, are not licensed technology and are not licensed to you under the terms of this agreement. Yeah, that's actually more of a like I said, it's a marketplace. So those terms are generally set by the people selling or providing the whatever you're downloading. Ooh. Ah, I used it. Oh well. Alrighty, that's the last bit of what we need to do there. So we'll head back to Solution 9. Turn in all this stuff real quick. Then we'll begin on part 2. That's plenty of purples. Okay. Now we're going to be focusing down oranges, which means I need to change my locations for a couple. And I need to pick up... I'm going to go ahead and pick up the hatchet. Well, Onigiri, please. Because the gathering is much better on that. I can't overmeld it, but I need it. Right, we're still stuck with the basic size until I make it later. Or just go ahead and pick them up real quick. But yeah. Even changes the direction which we're going, because I need to put this up to see where we're going here. Real quick. One moment. Okay. Let me update the title on Twitch, because I'm gonna need to put in a little bit of spoilage. Where I'm gonna have to start going is definitely in the in-game territories. This thing probably got undercut. Yep, 6-7. Okay. Turn these guys off real quick. So much tools are going for right now. $100,000 right now. If it's a rock, we'll try making those. Keyword is try. Don't get me wrong. Let me update the titles on here real quick, because there we go. Okay. Well, let's get back to this end user license agreement. Well, I'll go ahead and teleport to where I need to teleport to. Bring that up. Bring that up. Okay. Alright, how you can use the license technology is the next part. Okay. Epic grants you a non-exclusive, non-transferable, non-sub-licensable license to privately use, reproduce, display, perform, or modify the license technology in accordance with the terms of this agreement, the license. That means that as long as you are not violating this agreement, such as by exceeding the seat limitations stated in Section 6 or applicable law, you can privately use the licensed technology however you want, including to develop products. I passed where I was going. I was saying it's over here someplace. So, let's wait over here. We'll see where it's at. By products, we mean products, services, or any other projects that either A. are made using any licensed technology, or B. combined any licensed technology with any other software or content. If you want to distribute the licensed technology or any project you made, Section 4 and 5 below address when and how you can do that. So, yeah, that's what they have in there. What you pay Epic for using the licensed technology. Depending on how you use the licensed technology, you may be obligated to pay Epic either royalty agreements or seat subscription fees, or a combination under this agreement. If you are developing a royalty product as defined in Section 4B, you do not need to pay Epic any seat subscription fees that use of the licensed technology. However, you may need to pay Epic royalties on the worldwide gross revenue attribute to each royalty product. See the royalty addendum for information on how royalties are calculated and for what revenue is excluded from the obligation. So, kind of like the whole business jargon, like I said. For any other use of the licensed technology, you'll need to purchase seat subscriptions described in Section 6A for each developer who accesses the licensed technology unless you qualify for an exception. See Section 6B for exceptions related to personal hobbyists, indie developers, those making less than $1 million a year, non-commercial uses, and educational institutions. So these are going to apply to us big time. Because I'll need to figure out exactly where where that plays into. Oh. I was on the right one. Just kind of threw me off. Alright, let's start farming out these oranges. Where am I at? 4289? That requires 4907? Okay, well that fails immediately. Yeah, I've got to. Fuck. Okay. Well, that put a stop to that first part anyway. You know, they need to put the requirements for gathering something. Yeah, so I can't harvest that. They need to put the requirements for if it got some type of requirement for harvesting. It needs to be put into the thing. So then we go back to it's white gold ore. Oh, I might be in the wrong place anyway. Yippee. Legal jargon. Yippee. Dang it, I was in the wrong place. I should have started off here like normal. So we may still be able to get that, but I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Because I can't harvest that nonsense. may still fall under the same category for the last one. So I might have to actually beef up the gatherer quite a bit. But, okay. Grab this and we'll hit the next one, and then I'll continue reading. Okay. I'm gonna reload ourselves. Ooh. Gotta love where visit popped on a time node. Ah, damn it. Just ever so slightly. Oh well, we got a good chunk. Now we gotta head to freaking Shaloni. It's the botany thing. Okay. So, well, we're gonna definitely look into this aspect of it, because this, oh damn, it's already up. I'll have to wait for a second because I gotta let the my GP get up to at least 800. Oh, actually. Yeah, no, I need it to at least 800 because I gotta use that twice. That's 400 by itself. It should be fine, actually. Should have a little bit less error. Now we're going after the log. As long as I have 300 to sit there and there we go. Now onward to the next one. In this case, we're getting the magnesite ore now. Alright. Anyway. How you can distribute products you've made with licensed technology? Let's park over here. Ugh. You may only distribute products as expressly permitted in this Section 4. Any product you distribute that incorporates licensed technology must incorporate the licensed technology only in object code and only as an inseparable part of the product, which means it has to be ingrained in it, essentially, and can't be, like, stripped up. So, but most engines, that kind of does its own thing. Distribute means, with respect to code or product, to provide or otherwise make a copy of the code or product available publicly to any other person or entity that, or make its functionality available on a network. So if you modify the source, like the actual code itself, that's what it's saying. Okay. Royalty-free distribution. As described in Section 4A, you may distribute certain products to certain persons without any obligation to pay us royalties. Royalty-free products. Even if you are monetizing that distribution. Royalty-free products may still be subject to seat subscription requirements described in Section 6A and 6B. So, my understanding is seat subscription things are for, like, if you are providing copies out to your team or something. I don't understand. That's the thing I don't, like, understand. That's all I need to look up after that. I'll make note of it. But non-engine products, example, rendered video files. You'll not be obligated to pay us any royalty payments for distributed products that I do not include any engine code, or 1, that do not include any engine code, 2, do not require any engine code to run, and 3, do not include starter content in source format, non-engine products, to any person or entity. That means, for example, you'll not be obligated to pay us royalties for distributing rendered video files, example, broadcast or stream video files, cartoons, movies, or images created using the engine source code, even if the videos include starter content, or asset files such as character models or animations other than starter content that you develop using the engine code, including in product that you use or rely on other video game engines. So, essentially means, please note that certain assets that we make available under separate agreements are available for use only within your real engine, which is fair. So pretty much, if you use a render videos, like pre-rendered videos you've already loaded into your project, or stuff that was using the Unreal Engine, or like same thing with like any asset files you make, those go under non-royalty stuff. So that's fine. That's cool. We're gonna have to make a side door. Beep. Beep. And then we'll try to use that. Nope, it used it up, so whatever. Okay, next location would be Rarefied Windsville Bailey. This is a new location we haven't been to yet, so I need to look it up. I need to figure out where it's at. That's recipe search. That is not item search. 10 to 12, okay. So we gotta go up here and see if I can either gather it. I might need to still boost my stuff. If I do need a boost of stuff, I'm going to need to make note of it, how much I'm going to need. Because from what it looks like, I'm going to have to boost it up to about 5,000. Oh, those trees have like a little lightning pulse thing going on. That's cool. Didn't notice that with these. First time I've been close to one, actually. Alright. Let's see. So we're at indirect revenue. You'll not be obligated to pay us any royalty payments for distributing products to any person or entity if the products do not directly generate revenue. I.e., no revenue is attributable to any product access, including features or functionality within the product, or to any in-product benefits. That means, for example, that the distribution of a free car configurator app, a product used to sell cars, will not result in royalties owed on sales of the cars themselves, even if the sales are made via the configurator app. So, really, pretty much, if you make a product with this, and it doesn't cost anything, to provide it, you don't need to worry about paying them, apparently. That's interesting. As most of the time, even like stuff like smaller stuff like that, I would assume, like, because you're still like, it's kind of like you're still pairing it with like in that example they use, like, okay, I'm selling the cars, but the cars aren't like Unreal Engine. They're not Unreal Engine cars. They're real cars. But the app itself is free, so it doesn't cost anything, so... it makes sense. Other royalty-free distributions. You'll not be obligated to pay us any royalty payments for distributing products. To legal entities that are part of your company group, such as a parent company or subsidiary for their private use, as long as those entities do not further distribute the products outside of your company group. That means, for example, applications, which could be products you create for internal use within your company, can also be shared with your parent company, your subsidiary, or another subsidiary of your parent company without royalty obligation. Epic. On the right. Nope. Oh, it's not on the right there. So, pretty much internal stuff you make. Internal tools and whatnot. B, to a single client who hired you to develop a product specifically for their private use on work for hire basis, subject to a written agreement that either 1, recognizes the client as the author of the product for copyright purposes, or 2, that assigns all your copyright interest in and to the product to the client. Neither you nor your client are authorized to further distribute the product or any variation of the product. This means, for example, if you are hired to create an application, a product, you can distribute that application to your client without royalty obligation to Epic. So, okay, cool. I can actually get this. Good. I think the other thing was a legendary node. Okay. We didn't get anything from doing that, so we'll do that and that. So refill. Gonna tap it off. We'll use a couple anyway. And then collect. And that finishes out the rotation then. No, it doesn't actually, because we gotta go back to one more actually. Now it's the rarefied ash soil, which should be here. I looked it up once before. Yeah, that's across the way a little bit. So good thing is don't have to teleport, so. Alright, so. See, to that end. Alright, next one is C. That are used, displayed, or performed solely at physical locations under your control or the control of your authorized distributors, and that are not otherwise distributed to end users. That means, for example, you may use the licensed technology in interactive amusement park rides, coin-op arcades, or location-based experiences without royalty obligation to Epic. Which is kind of that right there is an interesting concept, because I guess it doesn't go to you personally, but maybe it goes to like the distributor of that. The distributor is the licensee, while you're just putting it on the thing or something, making the thing and putting it on the thing. It would go on your distributor, from my understanding. That could be wrong. I could be completely wrong about that. Because when it comes to legal jargon, I'm not the best. I will say that. Like, that's one thing I genuinely kind of don't understand all the way on that one. Okay, royalty-bearing distribution. Distributions of any product that is not a royalty-free product, such as such products, royalty products, will be subject to terms of the attached royalty addendum. Additionally, any advance on the royalty product revenue you receive to develop a royalty project will be subject to the royalty addendum. However, as described more fully in the royalty addendum, you will not be obligated to pay us royalty payments under this agreement unless a product directly generates more than $1 million USD in gross revenue. For example, that you may be obligated to pay royalties to Epic for products that are sold to the general public, or for off-the-shelf products that you sell privately to third parties, whether directly by you or through a distributor or publisher. So, it's one of those things that if it's like, it's directly stating essentially that if you're going to be selling a game, or anything of that, like through a distributor, and it banks more than $1 million, then you'll have to pay them royalties. So, it's fair. This goes into more detail in the actual thing. I like how they actually, like, clarify it a bit. Because it's like, if it was just, like, straight up legal jargon, legal jargon, legal jargon, legal jargon, you had to kind of break it up, you kind of wouldn't fully get the understanding of it, I think. But this actually works out pretty well, where they're actually in there, how they talk about it. So, it makes sense. There would be. Okay. $881 plus 140. Yeah, that'll cap it. Okay. Well, worth a shot. Now back to solution 9. Costs so much gil to teleport around right now. Do. Either way, we're gonna need to stop gathering anyway, because I don't have enough gil to keep doing that at this time. As much as I'd like to keep gathering, don't have enough gil. So we got all the basic folklores. That's kind of what I was aiming for. Anyway. I don't have the fish one only because I haven't leveled up the fisher yet. I've been slacking on that one. Shouldn't take much to level him though. But let's go ahead and we'll start how many more crafters do I need to get to 100? I got carpenter and I got armorer. And then I got level fisher. Okay, well, either way, we're gonna need to level. Alright. Let's go find a nice little spot to chill though. While I keep reading this off. We'll get through the terms of service of this one. Maybe run a couple roulettes. That's a little bit of a breather in between. That's somebody over in that seat, so we'll just chill over here in the corner. Or sit on this. Like, I wonder if they're actually giving us previews of how housing items are going to be putting in. Looking nice. But then that would actually lead to the argument, why isn't it in the game already? But alright. Let's keep reading and talk about this. We're gonna take a little breather before we start. Okay, so where are we at legal wise here? We're at use by end users, publishers, and distributors. When you distribute a product, you may permit end users to use, reproduce, display, and publicly perform the licensed technology. Solely, 1, as incorporated in the product, in object code as part of an inseparable part of the product, or 2, to the extent necessary for which end users to make permitted uses of the product, and 3, pursuant to an end user license agreement that explicitly disclaims any representations, warranties, conditions, and liabilities related to the licensed technology. You may not permit your end users to incorporate any licensed technology into their own products, services, or other projects. You may, however, permit your publishers and distributors to market and distribute a product on your behalf, but only to the extent that you are permitted to make such distribution yourself under this section 4, and such distribution will be subject to terms of this agreement. So I guess on the developer side of things, like if let's say you're selling it, right? So end users being, the customers themselves, publishers being publishers and distributors being like, whether your marketplace or like your actual, like if you have like a publisher partner in that regard, I would have to assume. How you can share the licensed technology when it isn't part of the product. You may distribute the licensed technology, including as modified by you, outside of the product as expressly permitted by this section 5. Okay. I was like, it didn't say anything. It's down below. Okay. Distribute engine code. Distribute engine code to another licensee. You may distribute engine code, including as modified by you, in source code or object code to a third party who is separately licensed by us to use the same version of the engine code that you are distributing. Any public distribution of engine tools, example, including generally for third parties who are separately licensed by us to use the engine code, must take place through a marketplace owned by Epic, such as the Fab Marketplace, the Unreal Marketplace. Example, for distributing a product's modding tool or editor to end users, or through a fork of Epic's GitHub Unreal Engine network for distributing source code. So, if you make a modified version, it's pretty much stating that if you make a modified version of, okay, that kind of makes a little bit of sense. That would explain why we don't really see very many Unreal Unreal Engine style stuff, like mod tools or stuff like that on Steam. Unless I consider Steam one, or I guess they would have to work something out in that regard. I don't know. Distributing the engine's code for public discussion. You're permitted to post snippets of engine code up to 30 lines of code in length online in public forums for the sole purpose of discussing the content of the snippet, or distribute such snippets in connection with supporting patches and plugins for the licensed technology, so long as it's not the purpose of enabling third parties without a license to the engine code to use or modify any engine code, or to aggregate, recombine, or reconstruct any larger portion of the Unreal code. Or the engine code. That's fair. You may distribute examples, including as modified by you, in source code or object code to any third party. So, that's fine. Distributing non-C++ program language interpretation. You may distribute an integration of a programming language other than C++ for the licensed technology, but if you do, the integration must be distributed in source code, including but not limited to any compiler, linker, toolchain, and runtime, free of charge, to all third parties who are separately licensed by us to use Unreal Engine, and under a license that permits licensees to distribute the integration free of charge on any platforms in any product. Which pretty much means if you make a modification to it, like I'm trying to figure out exactly what it's saying here. Pretty much if you make any special add-ons essentially that aren't C++ related, you can't charge for it, essentially, is what it's saying, I think. Alright, so we're about halfway through it. In terms of reading the EULA, pretty much. But what we're gonna do, what we got? How much more time? Oh, it's going on right now. Alright, so we're gonna take a break. I need to go get a drink. And I'll be back here in a couple minutes. we're back. And we're back to more legal jargon. Yay! Uh, legal jargon, kind of one of the worst things to kind of just read. But, if you're gonna make a game or anything in this day and age, you're gonna need to read this stuff. Alright, this is gonna be if using a workspace. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, seat subscriptions. As stated in Section 6B, only users, as defined in Section 9C, who have been assigned by a seat may access the licensed technology for the purpose of developing a royalty-free product. Seat means the right granted to you by Epic to allow one user to access and use licensed technology on your behalf in accordance with the terms and conditions of this agreement. Seats are offered as automatically renewing subscriptions. So essentially, you would be the licensor of the software in that regard. I think it's saying you get the license from Epic to essentially allow other people to use it, but you gotta pay the subscription for that. So that makes sense. An individual seat is personal to the user to which it has been assigned, and you must reassign a seat before allowed to be utilized by a different user. A user may access the licensed technology from multiple computers or workstations while still only occupying a single seat. Conversely, two users accessing the licensed technology from a single computer or workstation would occupy two seats. This means, for example, that if you only use the licensed technology to develop games that will be offered to the general public, then you do not need to purchase any seat subscriptions. However, however, you also use the licensed technology to privately develop products for clients or your own internal uses, or to make other royalty-free products, those working on such products would need seat subscriptions. It's pretty much like a team workspace style thing. Which makes sense. Exceptions to seat subscription requirements. These following exceptions apply to seat subscription requirements stated in Section 6A. Personal and indie exception. During any period that you, together with any entities in your corporate group, have generated less than 1 million USD in gross revenue over the last 12 months, the seat subscription requirement will not apply to your users. For purposes of this calculation, your corporate group means any entities that are controlled by or are under common control with you, and revenue includes any advances received or other funds raised. So pretty much as long as you're making less than $1 million over the last 12 months, then you can do a workspace above, as you can do the license above without needing seat subscriptions, is what it's saying, for your team. But if you're making like over $1 million, yep, that's when it goes into play. Educational exception. If you're an educational institution like a school or library, the seat subscription requirement does not apply to your users when they are accessing the licensed technology only for educational purposes. And then you have non-commercial exception. The seat subscription requirement does not apply to your users when they are accessing the licensed technology only for non-commercial purposes. Non-commercial purpose means a purpose without any direct or indirect commercial benefit. All uses of the licensed technology by or on behalf of commercial entities are regarded as being for commercial purposes. So if you're a corporation or something like that, you're going to be using Unreal Engine. then it's automatically going to assume that you're doing that. That's actually kind of a smart clause. I'm not going to lie. And then, okay, we have non-compatible licenses. You may not and may... So, you may not and may not permit others to combine, distribute, or otherwise use the licensed technology with any code or other content which is covered by a license that would directly or indirectly require that all or part of the licensed technology be governed under any terms other than those of this agreement. Those licenses, the non-compatible licenses, the non-compatible licenses. This means, for example, that you may not combine the licensed technology with code or content that is licensed under the following licenses: GNU General Public License, GPL, the lesser GPL, LGPL, unless you are merely dynamically linking a shared library, or Creative Commons attribution/share-alike license. So pretty much anything that's kind of open source is my understanding of this. That's kind of like, well, I still need to move around in game or else it'll... boot my happy butt. We're definitely about ready to take a break on reading this, though. We'll get about halfway through. I'll probably take a break and we'll do some in-game stuff, and then we'll come back to it. Restrictions on engine tools. If your product includes engine tools, you may only distribute it through either the Fab Marketplace, the Unreal Engine Marketplace, or through a fork of Epic's GitHub Unreal Engine Network. Engine tools means 1. The editors and other tools included in the engine code. 2. Any code or modules in either the developer or editor folders, including an object code format, which are statically or dynamically linked. And 3. Other software that may be used to develop standalone products based on the licensed technology. So, pretty much editors and other tools included in the engine code. So, like, some games you see, like, they'll include, like, the mod tools. Like, some of the older Unreal Engine games, like Deus Ex, stuff like that. Some of them actually just have the tools off on their own little separate land. And some of them actually just included it with it. But that was I think that was part of an older EULA that allowed that. And newer EULAs do not. Because I've seen that in like some of the older Unreal Engine games that are like, hey, you can do this and da 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 da. Alright, general restrictions. You must ensure that your activities with the licensed technology do not violate any applicable law or regulation, result in the licensed technology being rented or leased, misappropriate any of our other products or services, support a claim by you or any third party that the licensed technology infringes a patent, result in sale or grant of a security interest in any licensed technology, or result in a distribution or product or the licensed technology in any manner other than permitted by sections 4 and 5. Now, we got number 7. Who owns what? I like how they put that. As between you and us, you own all rights other than the rights in the licensed technology in the products you develop under this agreement. And we own all title ownership rights and intellectual property rights in the licensed technology. So, All rights granted to you under this agreement are granted by the license only and not by sale, and all of those rights are limited by and subject to the terms of this agreement. No license or other right in any Epic technology or intellectual property rights other than the licensed technology is granted under this agreement, and no license or other rights will be created under this agreement by implication, estoppel, or otherwise. Any attempted sub-license that is not consistent with the terms of this agreement will be null and void. So, pretty much it's stating that whatever you develop in this engine, you own, but you do not own the engine. That is exactly what it's stating. And I guess based on the previous jargon, like stuff that gets like in terms of like anything specifically, I don't know. This is definitely have to be like a to-read thing to fully understand it. All right, property notices and proprietary notices and attribution. You agree to retain the copyright, trademark, and other proprietary notices and disclaimers of Epic as they appear in the licensed technology. If a product you develop under this agreement has credits, you must place the following notices in the credits, replacing XXXX with the current year. Product name uses Unreal Engine. Unreal is a trademark or registered trademark of Epic Games Incorporated in the United States of America and elsewhere. And then Unreal Engine copyright 1998-XXXX Epic Games Incorporated. All rights reserved. So that's a legal thing that you got to put in the credits. No other license or right is granted under this agreement in the trademarks, service marks, trade names, or logos associated with Epic, Epic's games, and other intellectual property, including Unreal Engine, the Epic trademarks. All use of the Epic trademarks will inure to the sole benefit of Epic. You agree not to engage in any activity which could tarnish, dilute, or affect the validity or the enforceability of the Epic trademarks, or cause consumer confusion or diminish any goodwill relating to any Epic trademarks. If you wish to make any further use of the Epic trademarks, please go to unrealengine.com/branding for more information. I love how when I highlight it with the mouse, it just underlines it. And I think it'll stop. We'll take a break around this before section 8 here. Good old legal jargon, guys. Legal jargon. Gotta love it. But you gotta know this stuff. It's like one of those things where you gotta do this stuff if you're going to be developing anything. Especially whatever tool you are going to use. Because, like, it kind of goes under the same thing as streaming, like when you're taking a sponsorship or something like that. Gotta make sure your rights are protected, their rights, what they're considering what their rights wanting to be protected, and making sure that your IPs and your own intellectual properties are also protected against being, swiped away from you. That's the type of stuff you gotta look at. It's that type of nonsense. Alright, so B, third-party software. The licensed technology incorporates and is bundled with code developed by third parties, the third-party software that may be subject to additional or alternative license terms. If third-party software is incorporated in the licensed technology and is subject to additional license terms, those terms or any attribution requirements can be found in the installation directory for each engine version under the Engine Sources Third-Party Licenses subfolder. Third-party software that is only bundled with the licensed technology as independent standalone software can be found in the installation directory for each engine version under Engine Extras Third-Party Not UE subfolder. This third-party software is not itself licensed technology and instead licensed to you directly by its authors under the license terms provided in the Engine Extras Third-Party Not UE subfolder. So modules that are included with the engine have their own EULAs that you gotta read. But we ain't getting into that. We ain't getting to that today. Oh no. By entering into this agreement or using third-party software, you are accepting the terms of those additional or alternative licenses. In the case of additional license terms, the additional license terms will take precedence over any inconsistencies with the terms of this license in regard to the third-party software license under those additional license terms. Oh, that was a bit of a wordy read there. You agree that the owners of third-party software are intended third-party beneficiaries to this agreement in relation to your uses of third-party software. So if you use any of the add-ons or modules or anything like that that include that third-party software on a commercial level, then you gotta follow whatever EULA they got going on too. So we'd have the Unreal EULA, then the third-party modules if you use them, their EULA and what they're wanting, essentially. What their legal jargon is. So, feedback and contributions. You grant Epic a right to freely use and disclose any feedback or suggestions that you provide to us regarding the licensed technology, the feedback. You acknowledge that we may use any feedback, including any ideas contained in the feedback, for any purpose, commercial or otherwise, without acknowledgement or compensation to you, including to develop, copy, publish, modify, or improve the licensed technology at our sole discretion. You may understand that we may treat feedback as non-confidential. So essentially, if you give feedback to if you're giving them suggestions, essentially. One second, I gotta move around. So if you're giving them suggestions and you include ideas or code within that suggestion, you might as well consider those free reign for them to use. So, heads up when you do that. You grant Epic a non-exclusive, fully paid, irrevocable, transferable sub-license to reproduce, distribute, publicly perform, publicly display, make, use, have made, sell, offer to sell, import, modify, and make derivative works based on or otherwise exploit any contributions to any current or future methods and forms of exploitation in any country. Contributions means any information or content, including software or code, that A, you make available to Epic via submissions to forums, wiki, Epic's GitHub Unreal Engine network, or other source code repository under our control and that are based upon or incorporate the licensed technology, or B, that you provide to Epic and explicitly designate in writing as a contribution. You represent and warrant that you have sufficient rights and any feedback or contributions that you provide to Epic to grant Epic and other affected parties the rights described above. This includes, but is not limited to, intellectual property rights and other proprietary or personal rights. If any rights to be licensed under this section 7C may not be licensed under applicable law, such as moral or other personal rights, you hereby waive and agree not to assert any of those rights. So, make sure, if you're developing an IP or something, don't include that IP in the feedback. From what I can understand of that. That's only in regards to feedback and contributions. If you, giving them feedback and whatnot. So now, we're going to stop at section 8 here. We'll take a breather. I'm going to swap it around here. Do some other stuff. hit the wrong button. Okay, that's supposed to move that around, but alright. Oh, maybe it's because I'm not using the right thing. Hold up. Yep, that was it. Because now I should be able to. That wasn't it. Whatever. There we go. That worked. Okay, so let's start queuing into some stuff. We're gonna be doing everything as Viper today, so it's gonna be... We'll have time to read in between all this. We'll have time to read in between all this. Yeah, I went and made me some G Fuel. $23K. Map's kind of low right now, but everybody's trying to farm out new stuffs. Alright, let's see what it gives us. Thankfully I'm 96, so it can't give me the end bits of Dawn Trail stuff. Okay, yep, I'm fine with this. I love this fight. I won't lie. Ah. Oh. I actually broke a keyboard doing this. I feel like that made this easier, though. So tense and unceremonious silence. I think I had the voice muted. Yep, I did.
I am salvation given form. Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all. Your demise will be ours.
Okay, good. Nobody used all there. I'm like, oh, we're about to die from it.
You're still standing. Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Alright. The next thing he does is gonna freaking be. Fuck that up. Fuck it up again. Come on. Oh boy. Okay, the stack markers. I forget what this one is. Oh shit.
Gleaming steel, like my path. Spawn of shadow.
I don't know why I was brain dead there for a minute.
Darkness must be destroyed. Not yet.
Alright, that was fun. Now, interestingly enough, found something out. About the Azima's earrings, which I will be leaving on for right now when we do alliance raids, because apparently, if you're synced down to 90 or below, you still get the bonus. It's weird. I don't get it. But that's what I'm gonna do. Like, I found that out through a YouTube short. Like, literally this morning. I don't know if they fixed it or not, but... that explains why we've been getting a Goliath a lot. I'm like, oh, we're getting this raid a lot. That makes sense now. Hey, look, a Goliath. So we're actually gonna keep an eye on this. Apparently, from the sound of it. Hey, it's still glorious.
So, you are resolved to face children of man.
Bum, 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 bum. Down our bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Screw that up. I don't. Like, there's a couple times right now where I'm just like, why did I do it like that? My brain is just like. I think it's playing Viper. It's not helping. My brain's in like two different modes right now. It's like business mode and freaking like. Hunter instinct setting me back. Watching half the raid get annihilated to that is hilarious. I know I shouldn't laugh like that, but that was just funny. And it works just like fucking Paragiathon and fucking, in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It's like, we can push it! And it's just like they die. Do I have these? Yes. Yes, I do. Do I have these? Drops. I'll try to get those.
Intriguing. Then the destroyer shall take your measure. After me, provide my scent with some sport.
I'm sorry, I really couldn't help but laugh at that.
Ahead stands a statue I have fashioned for our contest. Upon the ground you
Let's go. Fuck. Gotta make sure I can hit that button. Bum, 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 bum. Man, that explains why I was getting a Gly a lot. Oh shit. You're too late, Viper. Ah. Okay, scouting.
Come, mortal. Enter my realm. If you dare.
Fuck. I'll probably get another roll of 1 on those. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Scowled by the light of the sun.
What we got going on? We got Scout South and here. Okay. Two, 3, 4. Oh, I got him. Nice. Hey, Tank knows what he's doing. Or she. They kept them centered during that thing so people could still attack it regardless of where they stood. That's how it should work. First. Second. Burp. Burp. Oops. I got disoriented. Ouch. That's a spicy meatball. Oh baby, I've been looking for that. And I got an 18. Oh my god, I got it. Now for the bop. Bum, 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 bum. Do a couple of these so that way at least it's up at 30 before I double leave that in there, reapply that. Let's go. Bursting flame. Fire. Good, that goes backwards. That's what we got. No balls! Balls, balls. Balls balls. Thing up. Fell off during that phase. First one is in a row. Knockback. That was also knockback. Oh, we're gonna come back here. I want to get knocked back into the knockback. We're gonna see scales. Oh my god, we're gonna see scales. Haven't seen scales in a long while. That random. Oh no, it's me. Kick my ass. Oh, okay. Somebody put a lever.
Twin gods bless this land. To us treasure bestowed. To the desert sands. Water and gold below. Lifeblood and rubies red.
Now we get to see this awesome thing. Scales are balanced. Now he'll melt. Oh no, it's me. Kick my ass. I have the aiming mail anywhere, so do not read on it. I think I have the skirt. So there. Can't wear the hat anyway. I already have those. I already have the Zima. I already have all the. I already have the cards. I already have the orchestration rules. We'll see if I get the aiming piece. If not, I'll just. I did not get the aiming piece, but I got most of the scouting gear, which is what I was aiming for anyway. How much of that do I have? What the? Pantheon. E-A-N. Looks like I got the full set of healing for, or... I got the full set of healing for that one, too. Hey! I got the full set of... Yeah, I got the full set of... scouting, too. That's kind of what I was aiming for, so... But can I just do, like... And... Oh... Okay, no, okay. I thought I'd try. Alright, let's take a look at this, like, full set here. This one now have it. Arm guards. Cusses. It's not bad, that's it. Well, let's just see if it fits the Viper vibe here. Yeah, it does. I can see it working. Alrighty, alrighty. Holy shit. That gave a lot of EXP. I'm almost... Hold up. How much EXP did the last boss give? Yes, I get it. Everybody's rolling on stuff. Trying to see the EXP, man. Alright, that's from the roulette. Damn. Damn! That gave a sizable amount, actually. 6,186,846. That's basic. That's good. That's a good. Actually, just if it's working like that, just leaving it on. If you get anything pre-90, then you're in good shape. Or even normal raids. So, while we're waiting on the normal raid, we will pull back up Firefox. Or just hide the game for right now. Or reshow the game when it comes back up. We'll keep reading on this legal jargon. Alright, we stopped at 8. Alright, the agreement between you and Epic. If we make changes to the agreement, you are not required to accept the amended agreement, and this agreement will continue to govern your use of any licensed technology you already have access to. However, if we make changes to this agreement, you will not be allowed to access certain Epic services or downloaded the licensed technology unless you have accepted the amended agreement. If we make changes, we will provide you with notice, such as sending you an email or giving you notice when you next log into an Epic service. That's kind of nice. So if you never, like, pretty much it's at the point where it's like, if you, if they update it and you don't accept it, you can continue using your old agreement that you had set into play. So you don't have to worry about essentially getting sidelined in that regard. But in order to use all the Epic stuff, the Epic services, you'll need to you'll have to accept the additional terms. So, with respect to your rights and obligations related to licensed technology, this agreement supersedes any prior Unreal Engine end-user license agreement for publishing or Unreal Engine end-user license agreement for creators you may have. Those agreements will continue to survive only to the extent that you continue to have rights and obligations under them related to content. Once you have also agreed to the Epic Content License Agreement, those agreements will be superseded completely. This agreement, however, does not supersede, amend, or otherwise affect other agreements you may have with us or any sub-licenser authorized by us, other than as described in Section 8A. For example, if we grant you the license to use Unreal Engine to develop one or more products under a custom license, the custom license and not this agreement governs your use of Unreal Engine and related materials with respect to those products. So we may take a look at that. Like these, I'm glad they give you like links to the other stuff while we're going down through it. Is this the same thing I'm reading? Or is this a different thing? Ah, they got a clause in here for AI. That, in itself, intrigues me. So, where does the notice? When this agreement calls for notice from us, including written notice, you may provide notice to you through the Epic services or by any email that you've provided to us. Our notices, when provided through the Epic services, will be effective when you access the Epic services, and when sent to you by email, will be effective when they're sent. Okay. So when they provide notices of the changes, they notice that the changes are in effect. So, fair enough. 9. Who are you? That's a good question. Who am I? A, you. If you use the licensed technology on behalf of another person or entity, 1. All references to you throughout this agreement will include, and this agreement will be binding on, that person or entity. 2. You represent that you are authorized to accept this agreement on that person's or entity's behalf. And 3. In the event you violate this agreement, that person or entity agrees to be responsible to us. So, pretty much if you're running something and you have to have them accept pretty much in the sense of, hey, you're going to be using this. It's pretty much if you authorize somebody else to use the software, they're also bound by the same agreement that you are. And if so wait. And in the event you violate this agreement, that person or entity agrees to be responsible to us. Okay, so if something like on my end, you know, I violate the agreement or something, then that agreement goes into play with them directly. Okay, makes sense. Eligibility for this agreement. If you are under the age of legal majority where you live, or otherwise require the consent of a parent or legal guardian to enter this agreement under applicable law, you may use the licensed technology only under the supervision of a parent or legal guardian who also agrees to be bound by this agreement. You are not eligible to enter into this agreement and may not download the use or use the licensed technology if you are or are acting on behalf of any person or entity that is 1. Listed on or otherwise subject to restrictions under the Specialty Design Nationals and Block Persons list or other similar list maintained by any U.S. government entity pursuant to economic sanction laws, or 2. Located, organized in, or ordinarily resident in any country or territory that is subject to a U.S. embargo or other legal prohibition against receiving the licensed technology, in each case unless your use of the licensed technology is authorized by U.S. law. So pretty much it's stating that, you know, if you're under a certain age, you know, you're going to be, your parent or legal guardian also has to be bound by it, by the agreement. And pretty much you can't use the tech if you're on a list or under any type of embargo outside country stuff. That's pretty much what I was saying there. Because I've minimized it? Is that why? Yeah, it's because I minimized it. Alright. I'm like, where'd it go? Yep. Oh, hello.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest!
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you gotta keep this thing straight. My bad. No! No! Shit! Shit! need that tank buster back. Ooh. Alright, I got the orchestration roll. Alright. Guys, up 98. Did give us bonus EXP though. Yep. 130. Damn. Damn. That does have use. But I'm gonna take a quick break. Get up, do a little bit of a stretch before we continue reading on the EULA. We're almost through the entirety of the legal jargon. And we'll be back here in a few minutes. I gotta use the bathroom and whatnot, so we'll be back. Alrighty, we're back. Back to more. Back to more leveling. Yeah. Alright, 98. We've got 2 more levels to go. Yeah, it's gonna keep telling me that. Right now we're using Azima's earring. At least till I patch it. That's why I was just like... I mean, technically... Yeah, let's do that. Let's see what happens with that. It's gonna take about 16 minutes to get in there, so... We'll have time to keep reading the lovely legal jargon that the kind folks at Epic has kindly provided. But I'm also going to go and... I definitely want to shove those in the glamour dresser. Actually, I do have bits and pieces of gear that I can use. I don't have the hands for that, though. I do have the head, so we're going to be taking that. And probably the weapon, too, because the weapon's probably better. It's so... actually, it's slightly worse. Especially on a direct hit rate. I'll probably just keep a hold of what I got. But do need to equip the... That looks awful. Oh, what's funny is we haven't even touched the Viper quest line. I haven't done the same thing with Picto either. I haven't touched either one of their quest lines. Plus, we still have the role quests. But knowing that the earring works right now, as of right now, patches tonight, so it could completely just fix it. But I might as well take advantage of it while it's still operational. And maybe one of those things they don't even bother with because it's a pre-order item. Like the people who's got it has got it. You know? And I bet you that my freaking ring got undercut again. The 96? Yeah, that's 96. How much is this going for? Cheap sell. Braxton maps are going for about 30k right now. people are trying to stock up on them while they're cheap. Because tomorrow they're going to probably be expensive as hell. And I need to make more Magitech repair materials. But thankfully I can quick synthesize all that crap, so I'm not really too worried about that. Now what I want to do is put the whole scouting set for this on there. I'll take the shoes. Because I want to keep that set. I don't have the head cap, I don't think, nah. Probably do the same thing here. Let's put them as Viper as well, because I'm trying to go around and collect Viper glams. Don't have anything on me there. Just gotta make sure I don't have anything else. Alright. Let's put it as a Reaper. 'Cause I am still after maiming stuff, so... Yeah, hold on to that for me, please. That is the biggest mismatch of gear I've seen in a while. Anybody else work? I think Glam Jam probably has a mannequin there, probably. No, Glam Jam doesn't. So I might as well go grab another mannequin. I gotta shove them in. Actually, I might shove them in here. I can put them in there by next to this other one. Let's go grab another mannequin. Cause at least with the stuff that the mannequin. At least with the stuff that the mannequin actually is attached to, even if it's a retainer you haven't paid for, they'll still show up, so they'll still hold on to it. So I'm not really too concerned about, like, doing that type of stuff. But it's just like... I hate the fact they're like 10,000 gil, though, so I might pick up a couple mannequins and... use it to hold bits and pieces of this other gear that I'm trying to save. Without having to worry about it. Indoor furnishings. Well, we need to rotate this bad boy. There we go. And then... there we go. Nothing. Other mannequin I might shove in my... Hopefully. Nah, I'll probably shove that in my actual, oh crap, I got stuck in the wall. Okay, yep, I'm going to be setting it to DPS, Reaper, and then I'm going to display gear. Why is it always ultimate weapon? Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. The only reason I really do not like this ultimate weapon fight now is it's tanky for the sake of cinematics. I will say, this is one thing I'll never do. 'Cause it's, well, I want people to sit there and be like, oh yeah, I enjoy that, you know. If you're doing like roulette or something tedium where you gotta grind it out over and over again, like, I understand why this was done. I don't know why I didn't get pushed back, but okay. I'm gonna have to hear La Brea be like, and the foot of the seven hills, blah 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 blah.
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Brea.
Your foe acts
So, for those who haven't, like, been around, like, prior, I think all these changes went down in Shadowbringers for the MSQ. Maybe Endwalker?
Beyond mortal limits.
But like for those who weren't around before then,
If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs
the
be brought
Praetorium used to be
bear upon
one
the shield of
45-minute instance. Or 45-minute
So it
dungeon.
shall,
45
for
minutes to
the
an hour
ultimate
dungeon.
weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
But that was when they actually restricted the cutscenes from being skippable.
The
Before a
heart
skippable,
of
it gets done in
Saturn.
about a matter of like
It is the weapon's core,
15,
an enigma
10 to
whose
15
surface
minutes.
Even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch.
But
The magic.
like all this used to be a one,
has lain
it's just a
dormant
Praetorium
for
though.
eons.
Either way, includes the La Brea fight at the end of it.
A spell without parallel.
Okay.
Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Brea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Yep, we just had Athena saying that.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Heidelin, it seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belzar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Let me out. Let me out. Okay. So. Yeah. Or is that all of them except the leveling high level dungeons? So, eh. Go ahead and queue it for leveling, and then we'll be done with the roulettes. But let's keep reading the CULA. We're almost done with it, I think. Alrighty. Where were we? Okay. Epic account and your users. In order to access and download the licensed technology, you must first set up an account with us, which will be governed by Epic's terms of service, which as stated. Look. Alright. Alright. The license, as defined in Section 2, permits the use of licensed technology only by individuals who have accessed it by using a valid user account. Users. If you're an individual, you are a user. If you're a legal entity, the individual employees or agents exercising your rights under this agreement are users. When exercising a legal entity's rights under this agreement, users are not required to accept this agreement as individuals. The user may store the licensed technology on any of the user's computers, but the licensed technology cannot be shared with others except as part of the permitted distribution of licensed technology as described in sections 4 and 5. Use by educational institutions. As an exception to the above requirement that only a user may use the licensed technology, if you're an educational institution like a school or library, you may store licensed technology on any of your computers, and you may allow all users of those computers to use the licensed technology under the license on those computers. However, those users are not authorized under your license to distribute the licensed technology, including as incorporated in a product. For that, they must obtain a license of their own. Which means you can't go to a library, make a program, and then like sell it. Without accepting, without being like accepting the EULA yourself. So, who is Epic? The Epic entity entered into this agreement with you corresponds to where you live, as set forth below. If you live or in the primary place of business of the entity on whose behalf you are using the licensed technology is inside the United States of America, the Epic entity entering into this agreement with you is Epic Games Incorporated. Outside the US, the Epic entity entering into this agreement with you is Epic Games Commerce GmbH. And then privacy. Your privacy is important to us. Please review our privacy policy, which I got there. It describes how we collect, use, and share information when you use the Epic services that link to this privacy policy. And then records and audits. You will keep an accurate book of records that are reasonably sufficient to verify your compliance with the seat subscription requirements and the royalty addendum. Epic or its designated representatives may, upon reasonable prior notice to you, conduct reasonable audits of those books and records. Any such audit, A, will be conducted by an independent third-party auditor designated by Epic. B, will not unreasonably interfere with your business activities. And C, may be conducted no more than frequently than once every 12 months. And D, be conducted during regular business hours. Provided you have complied with this section 12, Epic will bear the cost of audits unless the results show a shortfall in payments in excess of 5% during the period audited. In all other cases, you will reimburse Epic for the cost of the audit. So pretty much if you fall short of that, like if you're doing any of the business aspects of it, then pretty much, yeah, you pay for the audit. That's a good little legal weapon right there. I won't lie about that one, because that's like, okay, if we find you screwing us, you're gonna also pay for the audit too. That's like, that's fair. That's actually, I can actually see that as being fair. That's actually a bit, that's kind of brutal. But it's like, yeah, you screw us, we screw you in that way. It's like, yeah, so, yeah, that not to be taken out of context. Come on now. Alright, other rights and obligations. Disclaimers. Nothing in this agreement will prejudice any statutory rights that may not be waived. Some countries, states, provinces, and other jurisdictions do not allow the exclusion of certain warranties or the limitation of liability as stated in this and the next sections. So the below terms may not fully apply to you. In those jurisdictions, the exclusions and limitations below apply only to the extent permitted by the applicable laws of such jurisdictions. So, pretty much that's just the protector. That's the protector one. The licensed technology, including all information, content, materials, code, and software, are provided by Epic on an as-is and as-available basis. Epic and its affiliates, licensors, and service providers, the Epic parties, make no representations or warranties of any kind, express or implied, regarding the licensed technology. Your use of the licensed technology is at your sole risk. To the full extent permissible by applicable law, the Epic parties disclaim all warranties, conditions, common law duties, and representation, express or implied, including implied or statutory warranties of merchantability, fitness for a particular purpose, title and non-infringement. The Epic parties do not warrant that the licensed technology is free of viruses or other harmful components. The parties acknowledge and agree that the foregoing warranty disclaimers were an essential element in setting consideration under this agreement. That's a little bit of a worrying thing, but that's also, I guess, if like they accidentally like screw up, they have a breach or something that actually gets into like one of the distros, and oh no, now everybody has this virus, yeah, type of thing. That's just to cover their ass. And pretty much this section here is just essentially all lawsuit related stuff, legal. Yeah, this is all the legal aspect of it. Okay, we'll go ahead and skip the rest of that because that's all just. Now, royalty addendum. This is what I want to read. If you distribute a royalty product or generate advances or other revenue for a royalty product prior to its distribution, you must comply with the terms of this royalty addendum. What products require royalty payments to Epic? This addendum only applies to advances or other revenue generated in connection with royalty products. As a reminder, as further specified in Section 4A of the agreement, this means the addendum generally does not apply to, and no royalty payments are due for, distributed non-injured products, distributions of products that do not directly generate revenue, distributions of product within your company group, distribution of products to clients who hired you to develop the products for them, and distributions of products that are used, displayed, and performed solely at a physical location under your control or the control of your authorized distributors. Prerequisites for distributing a product requiring royalty payments. Before you distribute a royalty product that will generate revenue, you must give Epic notice of your intended distribution as early as reasonably possible, and in any event prior to the distribution of the royalty product. Likewise, if you plan on beginning to generate revenue from a royalty product that you have already distributed, you must submit a notice of distribution as early as reasonably possible before the royalty product is used to generate revenue. You must give Epic the notice required under this section by submitting the Reese form found there. Please note that failure to submit your notice of distribution of a royalty product on time will mean you will not be entitled to deduct some allowed exclusions, see for Section 4B of this royalty addendum, when calculating your royalty revenue. And coupon. Let's see what we get. You know what? This is fine. Fine. Yeah. That's where Blade's gonna be in, so. Yep. Ah, fuck. Hit the wrong button. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's the samurai sword? Yeah, there we go. You know, I just realized this entire time I didn't even have the game up. I could actually get hit by that. Ouch. My fault for not paying attention. so focused on my dang rotation. Hey, cool, I got the weapons. Ew, the axe. I got the axe too. No, let's go. I almost got me to 99. And we also got... Oh, come on, they had been put in here. Let me sort it. There they go. And those actually look pretty sick. Yeah, sorry about that. I actually didn't pay attention to the Q pop that I waited in there. So, but let's finish up EULA and then we're gonna end for today. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna reschedule the stream to the afternoon because I'm just gonna need sleep pretty much because I've been up all day and I got like. I work overnight, so kind of one of the things I might need a little bit of rest before next stream, so that's probably what's going to happen on that one. Then what we'll probably end up doing is we're going to be doing probably we're going to take a look at the we're not going to do, I don't think we're going to do another EULA read on stream because it's kind of one of those things where it's kind of like, yeah, this is taking a while. Granted, it's interesting to go through and look through it, but it's like one of those things that's just like full read. Nah. But when it comes to actually, you know, becoming like doing game development stuff and stuff you might be actually doing for a profit, the tools you use, you better make sure you got the licensing aspect of it through understanding. So, yeah. But anywho's what's it? That means we can now finish that up. Let's hide this. We'll just finish reading this up real quick because it's the last little bit of the EULA, and then we'll go from there. I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, so prerequisites for distributing a. Okay, I think I already read all that. All right, what is the royalty rate? You agree to pay Epic a royalty equal to 5% of all royalty revenue, as defined in the next section, regardless of whether that revenue is received by you or any other person or entity. Royalty payments are calculated by multiplying the royalty rate of 5% by the royalty revenue. Royalty revenue means all worldwide gross revenue attributable to each royalty product minus any allowed exclusions enumerated in Section 4B of this royalty addendum. So, worldwide gross revenue. Worldwide gross revenue includes all revenue directly generated by your royalty product, regardless of who receives the revenue and regardless of whether you distribute your royalty product to end users directly, self-published via the App Store or any similar store, or work with a publisher/distributor. Royalty revenue includes gross revenue resulting from resulting from any and all sales of a royalty product to end users through any and all media, including but not limited to digital and retail. uh, resulting from any and in all in-app purchases, downloadable content, microtransactions, subscriptions, sale, transfer, or exchange of user-generated content for use with the royalty product, or redemption of a virtual currency which directly affects the operation of the royalty product, whether deemed within the royalty product or externally. Redeemed within the royalty product or externally. From any Kickstarter or crowdfunding campaign which is directly associated with royalty product access or in royalty product benefit. Example, a multi-tiered campaign. If an amount is established in an early tier solely for royalty product access, your royalty obligation will apply to that amount for each backer with the same access, but not on additional amount in higher tiers based on ancillary benefits. From in-app advertising and affiliate programs, from any advance payments for a royalty product from a publisher or otherwise, received in connection with a royalty product's inclusion in a streaming, subscription, or other game delivery service. Example, Apple Arcade, Microsoft Game Pass, or any similar successor services, including without limitation development funds and bonuses. Received in connection with access to your royalty product or features or functionality within your royalty product, and received in any other form actually attributable to a royalty product, unless excluded below. And now they're going through the exclusions. Allowed exclusions. However, some gross revenue is excluded from the calculation of royalty revenue. Quarterly exclusion. You will not be obligated to pay us any royalty payments for calendar quarters in which you don't reach a certain threshold. The following is excluded from the calculation of royalty revenue. Revenue attributable to a royalty product from a calendar quarter during which the gross revenue for such royalty product is less than $10,000. The following simplified examples illustrate how quarterly exclusions work. Your royalty product generates $9,000 in the first calendar quarter and $9,000 in the second calendar quarter. You will not be obligated to pay any royalties for either quarter. Your royalty product generates $9,000 in the first quarter and $10,100 in the second calendar quarter. You will not be obligated to pay any royalties for the first quarter unless another exclusion, such as the $1 million lifetime exclusion, applies. You'll be obligated to pay $505, which is 10,100 times 0.05, in royalties for second quarter. Alright, so they have something they call lifetime exclusions down here. Even if you exceeded the quarterly exclusion, you will not be obligated to pay us any royalty payments until you reach a certain lifetime gross revenue thresholds. The following are excluded from the calculation of royalty revenue. The first $1 million in lifetime gross revenue for each royalty product. This exclusion applies only if you have submitted your notice of distribution on time and in accordance with Section 2 of the royalty addendum. And the first $5 million in lifetime gross revenue for each royalty product from the Oculus store or its successor. Damn. The following simplified example illustrates how lifetime exclusion works. You charge $10 for your royalty product and have sold 90,000 copies of it. You would not be obligated to pay any royalty payments on the $900,000 you have earned. Royalty alternative exclusions. You may have already made a royalty payment or have other fee obligations to Epic on certain revenue generated by a royalty product. To prevent you from being charged twice by Epic on such revenue, the following exclusions apply to the calculation of the royalty revenue. Royalties you pay on an advance payment of revenue for a royalty product that is recoupable by the payer, such as a publisher, may be credited against future royalty payments that you incur under this agreement for that royalty product. And revenue generated from the sales of your product on the Fab Marketplace, the Unreal Engine Marketplace, or the Epic Game Store, and from any subsequent in-product purchases making use of Epic's payment services. So, okay, they have another example down here. This'll make more sense. The following simplified example will illustrate how royalty alternative exclusions work. Your publisher pays you $100,000 advance on a royalty product you are developing. You're not obligated to pay us any royalty payments on the advance, because you have not yet earned $1 million in lifetime gross revenue for your product. Your publisher pays out $1,100,000 advance on a royalty product you are developing that the publisher may recoup against future sales of your royalty product. You are obligated to pay only $5,000 to Epic for that advance, 5% of $100,000, because you're not yet obligated to pay royalties on the first $1 million in lifetime gross revenue from a product. Then your royalty product generates $500,000 in sales, which normally creates $25,000 in royalty obligations. Since the $5,000 royalty from the advance is credited against this obligation, you're obligated to pay $20,000, $25,000 against the $5,000 credit in royalties to Epic for the foregoing sales. You charge $20 for your royalty project and have sold 90,000 copies of it through the Epic Game Store. Under this agreement, you would not be obligated to pay any royalty payments on the $1,800,000 that you have earned. And I got other exclusions too. So, this part is something I don't fully get right off the bat. Then again, I'm also trying to read it while I'm like getting tired, so it's getting a little bit difficult to kind of process some things. But from what I understand is if like if you get paid in advance in order to work on a project, you don't have to worry about paying it back unless it reaches a certain threshold. Then you have to pay a certain amount back. You have to pay royalties back. Alright, we're almost done. Other exclusions. The following are also excluded from the calculation of royalty revenue. Revenue from a royalty product that is distributed, whether by you or any other third party, only to third parties who are separately licensed by us to use Unreal Engine, is excluded from royalty revenue. Revenue from ancillary products that are not software and do not contain embedded information, such as QR codes, that affects the operation of the royalty product. Example, comic books, soundtracks, apparel, yeah. Cash prizes given with awards earned for the royalty product. Revenue from donations for a product that is not tied to the royalty product access or in royalty product benefits. Sales or value-added taxes charged to end users of the royalty product, and funding you receive from Epic through the Epic Mega Grants program. Alright. Additional examples. The following additional simplified examples illustrate how royalty payments are calculated. You charge $10 for your royalty product on the App Store. When you distribute a copy, Apple may only pay you $7, having deducted 30% as a distribution fee. However, your royalty revenue would be $10, and your royalty payment to Epic would be 50 cents. So, pretty much, like you putting a product on Steam somewhere else, you know, any type of store. Regardless of how much the actual distributor takes out of the payment, it is based on what you sold it at. So your royalty revenue would be $10. So you would be making technically $10, even though you have only earned $7, because you know Apple taking their cut, and you'd still have to pay like 5% of that $10. So it's easy. Your royalty now for a bigger one, your royalty product generates $1 million in the first calendar quarter and 9,000 in the second calendar quarter. You will not be obligated to pay any royalties for either quarter. The $1 million for the first quarter falls under the lifetime exclusion in Section 4B2 of the royalty addendum. The 9,000 for the second quarter falls under the quarterly exclusion from Section 4B1 of the royalty addendum. Your royalty product generates $1 million in the first calendar quarter and 1,100 in the second calendar quarter. You will not be obligated to pay any royalties for the first quarter, as the $1 million for the first quarter falls under the lifetime exclusion in Section 4B2 of the royalty addendum. You'll be obligated to pay $505 in royalties for the second quarter. Okay. Okay, so if you make over $1 million with it, you technically don't have to. I don't get that. That's the part I don't get, like, fully, I guess. It's kind of... It's kind of one of those, things I would have to kind of, like, write out and kind of break down. It's kind of a little bit weird. So reporting and making your royalty payments. Within 45 days after each calendar quarter which you earn royalty revenue, you must report the royalty revenue to Epic on a per-product basis and pay Epic 5% of the royalty revenue. Additional information on royalty reporting and payment can be found at unrealengine.com/release. Any amounts unpaid after the required due date shall accrue interest at a rate equal to the 30-day average secured overnight financing rate effective for the date that the payment was first due, as reported by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, or the maximum rate allowable by applicable law, whatever is less compounded monthly. Except to the extent required by applicable law, all payments, fees, and royalties are non-refundable under all circumstances. And then this one right here is literally just say, like, okay, yeah, you're responsible for all taxes. Yep. Are all payments required to be made under this agreement. Unless, you know, they're obligated to pay certain things. Epic may charge sales tax, value-added goods, value-added taxes, goods and services taxes, and other, you know. And that's actually just saying, you know, that's tax information. You know, it's pay your taxes. Both parties shall take all measures in accordance with their respective domestic law and double taxation agreement, if any, to ensure a reduction or exemption of withholding income tax, which may become payable in connection with the agreement. For the aforementioned purpose, Extra will provide you with a documentation sufficient to substantiate reduced or exemption, if any, of withholding income tax subject to the tax treaty. If you are required by a government agency to reduce your payment to Epic for any reason, you are required to provide sufficient documentation to Epic supporting the withholding. So yeah, that's the EULA in a nutshell. So, like, I want to go back up. I want to take a look at what they defined as a royalty product. It said something about, like, where was the indie thing? There we go. Personal and indie exception. But that was for the seat subscription requirement. So, like, that's pretty straightforward in parts of it and other parts of it not. Like, it's definitely one of those things that's gonna, like, I'm definitely gonna have to take time to read through all the way. Like, again. Yeah, you're maiming too, ain't you? Yep. Okay, let's go to the back to. I noticed that the action's kind of shut off. Last heat of battle 3. Dang it, I just teleported back to the house. We're like a smidgen away from 99. So we may actually jump in to do those, do the hunt. But yeah, that, the epic one is kind of interesting to go through. Okay, so for Viper, what can we pull out of here? I could probably go ahead and pull out maybe one of the replicas. So let's be fair. A lot of these... Vanguard War Axe in there. Samurai Blade. Twin Fangs. I really do, like, I like how that turned out. That actually turns out pretty good. But I'm curious now about slapping the martial artist shirt. Okay, yeah, that actually looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. And kind of balances things out a little bit too. Let's play around with this gleam a little bit too, because damn, I haven't worn that shirt forever. Actually, that outfit probably would work for same outfit probably work for that too, except maybe the top. feel like these better though. What was like the... What was like the PvP? I want to check something. I want to go to the PvP area. While I'm thinking about it. Oh yeah, this would not look... This would look freaking hilarious. Like the entire thing turquoise blue. And like... like, I think the outfit does better for Viper than it did Ninja. Like, in the whole sense of, like, the, like, in the whole sense of the... Hold up. Give me a sec. Like, in the whole sense of, like, maybe whatever the show it came from, wherever the Garo stuff came from, it might make more sense. But kind of right now, it's just kind of like... Oh yeah, that's what I was... Did they have a wolf weapon for Viper? Oh, they did. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of mid. Now the brush I can get behind. Ooh, and you can dye that part of it? Consider I will be doing a little bit of grinding out for these trophy crystals. Yeah, give me those so I can get the Picto brush. Yep. I know. But like I said, I'll be grinding out crystals anyway. Alright. Now, what was I hunting? I got 2 in Kazuma Uka I'm gonna go ahead and deal with. I know where one of them is. I'm keeping an eye out for the giant iguanas too. Apparently I have to put down some of them. Okay. Next. I'm like a hair's away from 99 and then I can pick up the Viper gear. Ah, it's gloss fired. The glossed fired bank. I thought it was a glorified bank. Where's the tomatoes? Giant tree creatures. Ah, there they are. Get wrecked. Alrighty, what's next on the list to take out? It's the last one of these, and so I could probably go ahead and get to 100 if I wanted to. But I'm probably gonna wait till tomorrow to finish that out. It'll definitely be after. It'll definitely be after a little while. Tomorrow it's the Savage drop, so a lot of people are going to be doing world first runs. So that's going to be interesting to watch. Alright. Yeah. Okay, I was wondering about that. Okay. Oh, let's go get the last one. Been kind of slacking on my hunts a bit, so. I know I probably should do hunt trades, but it's one of those things where I usually don't. They don't usually land in my purview a lot. So I end up missing like a lot of it. Yeah, there they are. Alright, I got the intermediate one still. Dang it, I wasn't gonna teleport to Mamook. I already know about where they're at because I've seen them before. Yep, there they are. They couldn't survive the generational assault. So Shaloti. Okay. We're looking for a giant friggin' moth. Nice. There's literally a smidgen to... There they are. $99. Let's go grab the 99 gear. Alright, now I'm not going to reassign anything. It's Sargentana's. Well, we got the vibrant gear. Didn't die too terribly. I actually like how it looks. We'll go with the second dot channel then. Let's do the pauldrons. No, with the inner bits. Alright. Well, that'll be it for the stream today. We read through that EULA. I'm probably going to read through Unity's off stream because, yeah, that took a lot longer than what I was expecting. And then, still not 100% sure about tomorrow, but the stream will be rescheduled for the afternoon. So, thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for just chilling with me. And we'll be back tomorrow with some more kind of like a little bit of game dev stuff, kind of a little bit of game. We're probably gonna do some. We'll probably end up doing some research actually. Kind of like, I might pull up Diddy Kong Racing, and we're gonna kind of try to break down its design a bit. To start off with, kind of work on a foundational like in order to work on kind of like a foundation. So I think that's kind of what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So anyway though, thank you all for stopping by. I'll catch y'all later. Peace.